We're here for Rhythmic Continuum V1, which will be using Cinema 4D and Corona Render and KeyShot. So Mihai is a digital designer based in London whose work explores digital fluid landscapes and textures combined into abstract and infused spaces. Since 2019, he has been involved in various projects of all scales at Zaha Hadid Architects. His interest in understanding the complexity within the digital and physical environments leads to his passion for design, research, art, and science. He has been a tutor in several workshops and has participated twice in the Venice Biennale for the art equivalent in 2014 and 2016. His design style synthesizes morphological expression in both stillness and motion and visual variations of digital grounds. So, welcome. Glad to have you here today. For all the people in attendance, just a reminder to please switch your chats to everyone so that you can write to everyone in the chat and not just us. And if you have questions about the webinar, specific questions about what's going on the screen, you can use the Q&A button. So to see where all your buttons are, there's a button called Q&A. You can ask questions there. I want to remind everyone that this webinar is being recorded, and after the webinar, you will get an email with a link to access the recording. When Zoom processes a video, it can take up to 24 hours for that. And not everyone learns at the same pace. We want to give you as much content as possible. So if you feel that the webinar is too fast or you can't keep up, feel free to just follow along, watch along, and go back to the recordings afterwards. So without further ado, I'll hand it off to you and you can get started. If you want to start by sharing a portion of your screen, we can just to make sure and let you go from there.
Thank you, Michael, for the introduction. I think there were a few issues, technical issues, since my Zoom kind of froze for a few seconds, then it started again. So yeah. Hope it's not going to be an issue from now on, but if it is, do let me know.
Sure.
Okay, so we'll share my screen for now, just to show a bit of my previous works. So yes, I'm a designer at Zaha Hadid Architects. It's been almost 4 years. We did a lot of projects at different scales, and we are using.
Maybe if you want to turn off your camera, it could make things go smoother. I think it is a little laggy.
Okay, do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, we have been working on quite a lot of different type of projects, and projects at different scales, digital explorations for kind of editing, stretching from furniture up to master plans, airports. So we did a lot of work on different type of architectural typologies. So we are doing a lot of, as you know, a lot of fluid design at Zaha, and we are researching also how we can do it in a very pragmatic way, but also very efficient way. So something that we can use it, for the actual real world. And we did a lot of studies, but for now, what I'm doing besides the work at Zaha Hadid, it's also some kind of personal projects and studies that I'm trying to develop, both for my experience, but also for trying to find new ways of working and doing the stuff we are doing at Zaha Hadid. So anything that can help with it. Cinema 4D, it's a program that I've been working for a few years with a few breaks in between. Mostly it was at my previous company where I was working. So there we were doing a lot of furniture design and studio designs. pavilions and small scale architecture. But since then, I was also doing some of my projects for the masters in Cinema 4D, and I try to explore it as much as possible. Unfortunately, we don't use it at Zahadid Architects. They have their reasons. We have our own softwares. As you know, we are using a lot of Maya. Maya, it's a good one also, and you can do a lot of the things that we can do with Cinema 4D also in Maya, and vice versa. And I also had some experience with Blender, which is also quite useful to do this kind of things. But from my experience, if I will have to compare Maya with Blender and Cinema 4D, it's one of the easiest software to use and create this kind of intricate, nice fluid geometries. And besides that, you also have a lot of potential in doing animations and renderings with it. It has also some very good plugins that you can integrate within the program. So these are some of my studies from before that I was developing Cinema 4D. And many of the studies include effectors, so kind of modifiers like in Maya. And you can create this kind of nice fluid twisted like geometries using patterns and displacements. And some of the objects I was developing also include this kind of more rhythmical approach. So it has a bit more fluidic rhythm integrated into the object. And some of them are also animated. And these are some of the studies that are based on the rhythmical approach. This was from my webinar with CD Next. Yeah, it was a study that we developed. So in this regard, it was very parametric design and combined with very metallic and emissive surface materials. This is one of the projects I was developing for myself, and you can see here the approach that I'm trying to use in my works to create this kind of more rhythmical, fluidic direction. So it's something that I think it's very useful to know, especially if you work in large-scale projects, how you can replicate an object and kind of create and give it a bit more complexity to create a bit more intricacy and interesting geometries. So I think I will start for now with Cinema 4D. I'm not sure what your experience is. This is version R25, and if you know already Cinema 4D, you may know that the interface in this version is a bit different than the previous versions, but you can always switch it back from here if you want to go back to the previous version, if you find it easier to work in that. So you can go to new layout, switch it on, and then you go to standard. And this is the older versions of Cinema 4D. But since version 25, all of them use the new interface. So that's what I'm going to use now for this session. So what we will model today is a complex object, starting with a simple element. And we will try to develop that element, applying different steps to it so that we can increase it in complexity and create some nicer fluidic shapes, as well as more complex environments in which the object will sit. So let's start modeling now. I hope you guys are okay, doing well. If you don't have the software, it's fine. You can just watch and see at least the process that I'm usually using for my work. And maybe if you have questions, you can always ask for sure. And let's start modeling now. So as a first thing, I will create a cube. You have your geometry on the right. I'm going here. I click on the cube. It's always going to create it in the center of the the axis. What we want is just a plane. Basically, we can start with just one surface. So it's either a cube or a plane. We can do both. So let's do the cube. We get the coordinates of the cube. So what we want to see, it's just a simple face of that cube. We don't need the wall. The divisions of the cube shows that there is just one face for each. So there are no subdivisions in this. So I'm gonna try to extract one face. I'm just gonna go here. This is a tool that makes the cube, transforms the cube from a parametric object to an editable object. So now I can edit it. I'm just gonna skip all these faces for now. I get one face. And my axis is there at the base. All right. Here you can see the type of elements we want to edit. So one will be the points, the lines, the faces, and this is the wall object. Right now I'm in face mode. I'm going to switch back to object mode. My axis, I see it. It's there.
Mihai, you're still showing just the PDF.
Ah, sorry, I didn't know that. You see now?
Yeah, you might want to just start with the base shape again.
Sure. Yeah. So this is the cinema for the interface. Here I have my geometry I want to create. Here I have my editing tools. And these are the MoGraph tools. What I want to do now, it's a cube. I'm going to select my cube. I'm going to go into edit. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to go to face mode. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to select the faces. And I'm going to delete them. Right, now I'm going to select my cube. So here it's the object that I have it. The axis, it's on the 0 position. My face, it's upper. What I want to do, it's actually to fix the axis so that it fits with the object. So you can do tools, axis center too. So my axis is now centered. I'm gonna move it back to 0 position. In order to do that, you can see here at the bottom, you have this icon here, and this is, if you press on it, it's gonna open a menu that will show you the dimensions, the scale, rotation, and position of the object. Right now, it shows me that the height, it's at 100 centimeters above the 0 point. And I want to change it. So I'm going to do 0, and it's going to move it back to 0. And this is a good thing to know whenever you want to place objects from a 0 position, or you want to make sure that your axis is on the right spot. So you can always edit the position, dimension, and axis of the object from here. Yeah, that includes the object edges and the points. If you want to pan around the cube with Alt and left mouse button, you can, middle mouse button, you can do that. That's panning. If you want to rotate, it's left mouse button. And if you want to zoom, it's right mouse button. Always clicking Act. Okay. Now let's rename the object into, let's say, loop. So this will be our base object that we will try to develop one element. And with that element, we will continue to develop it further. Do let me know if my screen is freezing or if any issues arise. So let's continue. I'm going to go into edit mode. I'm going to go into edge edit mode. I'm going to select one edge. So this is edge here. The gumball axis is always going to shift to the middle of that edge. If you want to move it, you can always do that by pressing L. And in that case, you can edit your gumball to move to a different location. If you want to snap it to a certain position of that object, like this point, for example, you can do that by enabling snap command, which is here in the upper menu. You enable it and you can see you have a few settings. So if you click on the icon on the right, the wheel, these are your settings. So if you want, for example, to snap it to the middle location of that edge, you can enable first edge and then midpoint. I usually do point, edge, polygon, and spline. So that's a good snapping menu to have enabled. Now, if I will move my axis now, you can see it's snapping to the point, it's snapping to the middle, and it's snapping to one edge. Right now I want it to the middle, so I'm just gonna snap it there. I'm gonna press L again, and that's gonna exit from my axis editing. So let's continue. With control pressed, you can do a copy of that edge and you can move it. So that's going to create a second phase. And the same thing you can do now. I think this is also a good time to start working with the symmetry, so we can try to cut the object in half. And to do that, you can select loop. So here in the left menu, you have this tool, which is a knife. You press on it and you say here, loop path. Now you loop, it's creating a cut that is cutting in the middle. And I want to do a similar thing here. So I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to press it here. It's going to cut my object on this axis. I'm going to select all these faces, which are on the other side of the x-axis and the z-axis. And I'm going to delete them. And this is all I need. Okay. Now we can start doing a symmetry of that object. You can see here on the right menu, you have 3 icons, which are shown in green. These are your MoGraph tools. And these are the tools that we're going to use a lot in our practice now. Below that, you have the effectors. So this will be the effectors here, and this will be the modifiers. And here you have the fields, and these are fields that you can adjust anything like regarding size, position, rotation, and many other things for that object. So let's do the symmetry. We go here, you press on it, and you can see here a tool, symmetry. You press on that. It's always going to create it at 0 position. If your object is in a different position than the 0 position, and you want your symmetry origin to be in the same place as your object origin, you can do that by, before creating it, you press Ctrl and then you press symmetry, and that's going to create your symmetry object in the same origin as the object you want to have it. I'm going to drag my loop object. I'm going to put it under symmetry. It's going to create a symmetry now. Let's do first on the XY axis. And let's change the display. If you go here on the left, display, the standard one, it's current shading, but we want current shading with lines, so we can see the lines of that object. Right, now I'm going to drag this face a bit here, more to the left. And one thing very useful to know, if you want to change from face to edge and you want to select, for example, the edges of that face, with Ctrl pressed, you can press on the edge editing, and it's gonna change your face into edges. And that's the case if you want to use the edges that are creating that face. For now, we just need this one. I'm gonna extrude a bit more. Same thing with the points, you can always move them. So if you want to connect these two together, because this is a symmetry, you have to make sure that they are on the same axis, the red axis. That means that you can do it by here. So this is where it is controlling your position, rotation, and size. And the first thing we want is to select the edge, and we want to change the scale of that to 0 on the z-axis. And instead of just moving manually and trying to match it here with the symmetry, you can also do it from here. So just change the position, it's going to shift it to 0. Now, when you click on symmetry, you see you have a tolerance that you can always change. And that means that even if your object is here, you can change the tolerance to something bigger, and at some point it will snap. I'm just gonna check the snapping point here. And then I'm gonna move it closer. And for example, if my tolerance is like 10, it's gonna snap automatically. But because you want to be precise, we should keep it as less as possible, the tolerance. So let's keep it at 0.01 centimeter and make sure that our object is actually in the 0 location. You can always use select tool. So the select tool is here on the left. You can do live selection or rectangular or lasso selection. And if you want to increase the size of your selection tool, you can always go select tool here, and then you can change it from here. In the options, you can say 42, maybe it's better. That will be easy for me to select now my points. Okay, I want a symmetry. So we have a symmetry now on the red axis. What we want now, it's another symmetry on this axis. You can do it the same way. I'm going to select our object mode, object, loop. I see my origin axis for that object. I'm going to go to symmetry, control symmetry. It's going to create in the same location. I'm going to drag it here above that. And if you drag this one to here, it's going to do a symmetry of that symmetry. That's going to arrange a bit these points. I'm going to go a bit like that. And this guy is a bit more here. Okay, let's try to subdivide it. I mean, to see it more like a subdivision object. You have this tool here, subdivision surface. Let's create it, and then let's drag our symmetry into that. First thing you see is that it creates the subdivisions based on the level you are setting up here. 2, it's what the level subdivision is, both for what you are seeing in the editor and also for the rendering. Now you can always change for the rendering to a higher subdivision, so it's going to show it better than you will see it here in the viewport. Right now I think 2 it's fine. And because I don't want to see all these subdivision lines, I can always change it to the basic lines. So from wireframe display, wireframe, I go to isobounds, and it's going to show the baselines only, which you will see when your object is showing in the original mode. Okay, let's try to move these faces up. Right, just a bit lower, like this. Good, so now we have our overall loop, and we want to create kind of a bridge connection. So from this point, it's going to go down and it's going to create a connection to here. So in order to do this, we can go into face mode. Let's try to go create another face here. I'm going to select this edge. I'm going to extrude it slightly. So if you want to extrude it with Control, as we showed before, you can create a second face. Just gonna get these points a bit closer, like that. Move a bit these guys a bit lower. These guys, we can stretch them a bit more, like this. One thing you have to make sure is when you have this point. So if I will change now to edge mode and check subdivision, you want to make sure that your point is never gonna go like that. Always like this, because this would create problems later. So make sure the points are always outside the direct connection between the other 2 points. Okay. Now let's get that connection we were speaking about earlier. I'm going to select this face. I'm going to, sorry, this edge. I'm going to extrude it like that. Let's move it a bit here. Extrude it another way like this. And then one more, maybe too close. One more like that. So again, I want to match the 2 edges. I'm just going to go here. So from here, you can show it, your editing, position, rotation, scale. I'm going to go 0 on the x-axis. I'm going to move it and make sure this is also 0. Now it's going to create that connection. And these 2 points I also want them to be aligned. I'm going to go on the X, sorry, on the Z. So now I can move them here. These guys, I can put them like that. You can see they're also not flat, so I can try to fix that here. And this edge, I want to connect it to this edge. On the Z-axis. I see the C plane, my work plane. It's getting in my way of seeing my object, and I want to hide it. So I'm going to go here in filter. I'm going to uncheck work plane. Now it's visible. And this edge, if I want to move it like that, it's always going to move it perpendicular to that edge. If I want to move it on the board axis, I can change it here. So here you have your axis. I'm going to press on this one, coordinate system. And it's going to change to the board coordinate. And now I can move it normally like that. Then we can also just make it parallel. Okay, this face is a bit too long, so we want to add a subdivision into that. We can also do a loop or just a line cut. This is more a minor way of cutting it with a knife, or you can do just a loop, and that's gonna create your loop wherever you have it. You can also change it from here, depending on the position you want to achieve, the distance. I think this is fine. So for now, I don't need it. I'm just gonna keep the original one. Enter, and you have it. All right, then let's see it subdivided. Good, that's what we wanted. Next, what I need is to give it a bit of a thickness. So if I would select my object, let's go into face mode. You can do Control A, it's going to select all your faces. And remember, this is your actual object, the rest it's symmetry. And we want to extrude it. And on the left, you can see the menu with the editing tools you can use for that object in this face mode. And we want to select this tool, which is extrude. And you can click anywhere in your viewport and then drag your mouse. That's going to extrude your object. So there are a few things we need to adjust here. Basically, you can select it. If you want to extrude the wall faces or single faces, you can always check it from here, preserve groups. And right now we want to extrude the wall faces, but I can see it's not extruding this part here. So in order to fix that, you have to increase the maximum angle, which is here. So now it's going to extrude it. But I also want to keep the caps. So I'm going to check create caps here. can extrude it a bit more. Like this. Okay, let's uncheck the symmetry for now. And subdivision. And the problem is that if you extrude it while in this symmetry mode, you can see it's not actually connecting these faces. And that's it's because it's creating faces inside that axis. So there are two faces overlapping inside there. But for this, we need to clean that connections. We will go into face mode. We go and select these 3 faces. And these are basically your connecting parts. Let's delete that. And one thing to know is when you delete something, if you just press delete, it's going to delete exactly that object, which is these 3 faces in our case. But if you press Control delete, it's going to delete the objects that are next to that. So if I would select these points, symmetry. So these are my faces. Let's delete that. And let's redo the symmetry. And now you can see it's continuous, it's smooth. You can see there are some issues with the display. You can always control that from the subdivision level. It's either from here, you can increase the levels and it's gonna show it a bit more smoothly. Or you could try the fong tag, which is here, that is applied to your loop object. And that's also gonna affect that. Usually 45 degrees, it's the recommended setting. And here I can see it's not matching exactly. And the reason for that is because this is not actually on the same axis, 0 axis. I'm going to explain again the steps in a bit. Just going to fix this thing. So let's uncheck symmetry and subdivision. If I will select now these 2 objects, these 4 edges, I can see here there is a bit of a shifting from the z-axis. That was the reason why it wasn't actually continuous on that position. I'm going to change it back to 0, and the position is to 0 and then the scale to 0. And now, if I would do this, you can see now it's working fine. Of course, you can just increase the subdivision. As well, these faces, we don't need them. These 2. Now it's a clean, smooth object. Okay, so for the steps as a recap, basically we started with 1 face. We extruded it. We created the loop by creating 2 symmetries. So First, there was this object. Then we did a symmetry of that. Then we did another symmetry, but on the ZY axis, which is the blue one. And then we dragged the previous symmetry to the new symmetry in order to have this object. We apply the subdivision from here. This is the subdivision tool. Here is the symmetry tool. We extruded this edge. And then we connected it with this part here in the middle. And making sure that everything is on the right axis, 0 scale and 0 position for these edges, tangent edges. Then we extruded the whole object. We made it thicker. And then we made sure that we delete the faces inside that are matching on the symmetry. So these faces were connecting with the symmetry and these two. And we deleted these two faces. So now our object, it's well connected and smooth. So this will be our main element that we will work with. And one thing I think we can add, it's maybe a bit of a crease on this edge. So in order to do that, we go into Edge, select Edges. Right now, I mean, if you prefer, you can work in the subdivision mode. Usually it's faster if it's just the faceted mode. And then we can select these edges. So these are the edges. I want to get them a crease. And to do that, we can press on the keyboard point. And we can drag with the left mouse button. So again, point on the keyboard and the left mouse button, and you drag it. That's going to add the crease. Let's try to adjust it a bit here. So we're going to try to move this edges a bit further. This guy a bit closer. But maybe it's not just this edge, it's actually these two edges. As you can see, we have a bit too much thickness here. So we try to have it a bit more balanced. Okay, I think this is fine. This is good. And try to move this part a bit higher. Right. If you want to edit your object a bit more straightforward, for example, the wall thing, you can either do it by selecting your actual object or selecting the group in that object in which that object is located. So you can either edit your loop element or your subdivision element. And now if I want to kind of stretch it overall, you can do it either from the scale. So you go into basic properties and select your object. So here in the scale, or else you can select your scale tool from the left. So let's scale it. And I want to scale it on the red axis, like this. Now, the thing is that if your axis of that object, it's in a different location than the board axis, that's gonna create some problematics. So if I would have my object, so I'm gonna press L, I'm gonna move my axis here, I'm gonna press L, and I'm trying to edit it now. You can see it's gonna break the symmetry. So always make sure your axis is in the right origin position. So it's either you edit the position, the scale and rotation from here or from here in this menu. And this is fine. All right. Now we can start with the next stage, but if you guys would like to break, we can take it now. I was thinking we can do maybe a 10 minutes break, like every 1 hour, 1 hour and a half, and then we can continue with the next stage. So let's take a break now, 10 minutes, and then we can continue further.
Hey, Mihai, just let you know that you're muted if you're starting. I can't couldn't tell.
No, I was not yet. So yes, we can continue. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, and do you see my screen?
Yeah. We
Great.
see the past exercise.
Good. So I also shared the file with you. I hope you got it with everyone. I can give you some time to open it. So I think we can continue, and do let me know if you need me to go a bit slower. So if you have other questions.
I think you can continue.
Okay. Okay, so this is our object. Now, what I want to do is to create a spline. We can go into here. In the menu, you can see the spline at the top. If you click on it, you have the option to do a spline pane, sketch, or spline arc tool. We're going to do a spline pane. So if you click in the viewport, your spline is going to create in the same projection as your view. So that's not going to be on any C plane or work plane. It's going to be perpendicular to your view. We don't want that. So if you want to have it in a certain plane, if you click middle scroll button on your mouse, it's going to show all the viewports that are standard in the interface of Cinema 4D. You have the perspective top, right, and front. So if you do the same, if you go on the top and you click the middle mouse button, it's going to zoom into that. So that's what you're going to see in the viewport. So now if I will do my spline, it's always going to be in the same position, the same work plane. Let's do it like that. Enter. Let's go to object mode. And the same thing, I can see that my axis of the spline is in the 0 position and not in the center of the spline. So if I go tools, axis, center axis 2. Okay, now I want to go back to my perspective. I'm going to click middle mouse button, go here, do the same. Move it a bit here. Just going to make it a bit bigger. And I'm going to add a bit of subdivisions. So you can go to spline, add, subdivide. And now if you go to points, you're going to see you have these divisions already. But I want more subdivision, so you can do more. For that, we can go to subdivide, but before doing that, we can go to settings and we can change it to 5. So let's go back. We have just 2 points, spline, add, subdivide, settings. Let's do 5. Okay, so we have the points. Now I move them like that. I can see my spline is stepping, so it doesn't have that smooth curvature that we want to do. You can always go to spline and change the type from Bezier to B-spline, schema, cubic, linear. Right now, my standard curvature is linear, but I want to change it to B-spline. So I'm going to drag this point a bit like that, give it a bit of a curve. And now I'm going to do symmetry. Again, I want my symmetry to be matching my spline position, because if I just do it here, it's going to put it in the original position, the 0 position. I don't want that, so I'm going to select my spline. I'm going to go here. I'm going to say Control Symmetry. And now my symmetry, it's in the same position as my spline. I'm going to drag my spline under Symmetry. Okay, we need to change the axis to XY. I'm going to slightly drag my spline to get a bit more gap in between. So let's do it something like that. I know in some cases you will prefer maybe something like a cubic or a schema. I think it depends on each case. For this one, I think it's better to keep it as B-spline. So, but you can see the difference. It's the way the curvature goes through the spline. If I go to point mode, a schema and cubic, they go through the points of that spline. And same with Bezier. With Bezier, you have the same control, like usually using Illustrator. So yeah, but B-spline, I think it's the preferable one for this case, because it's keeping the tangency to the axis. So these 2 points are creating a tangency of the overall look of that spline. And I also feel like you have better control with this kind of division. Okay, I'm going to select these 3 points at the end. Again, with the selection tool, you can always modify the size of the circle from here. And yeah, one also important thing to know, it's the visible only option. That's not something we usually need unless you want to select just something that it's in your view. So as an example, I can show you on this object. Go to edit mode, face, and if I want to select these faces, I'm going to select all of them like that. But if I do visible only, it's going to select just the visible parts, not the back ones. So this is something useful and good to know when you select parts of that object. So let's go back to the spline. We have our points. Let's select them and move them a bit higher. I think this is fine. I think we can also move the wall symmetry object a bit more to the right. Let's call this one Sim A. Okay, now we can continue further by selecting cloner tool. So MoGraph tools are some of the best things in Cinema 4D. These are very powerful tools because you can make very kind of parametric objects at some point and create also complexity, a lot of intricacy, complexity, and deformations as well, in order to work with more complex workflows. And I think one of the best ones is the cloner tool. So if we will do now a cloner, which is this tool here, you can have a menu, but for now we just need the cloner tool. And we have a menu for that tool here at the bottom. So you can see the options: mode, iterate, clones. And from the mode, you can have a few other options. So object, linear, radial, grid, honeycomb. These are different ways of using this tool in order to replicate one object in different ways. And if you want to replicate this object, what we are going to do for now is to move this cloner under symmetry A. You're going to drag subdivision, which contains our original object, which is the loop. And we're going to move it under the cloner. Because the cloner selection mode, the standard way is grid, and we can change it to different ones, but we want object for now. And when you select object mode, what it asks you is to select an object on which you want to replicate your original element on. That means that your element that it's cloned, which is in our case the loop, this one, will be replicated on that specific object. So let's select it, and we're going to select spline. So here you have object, and then here below, that's where you can, that's it, is where you have to add your object. And our object is spline. Let's call it spline 1. Okay. So what it does is organizing these elements on that spline. And one of the things that I can see from the start that don't work, it's everything basically. So there are a lot of things to adjust for these things. If you go to cloner, we can hide this for now. We don't really need it right now. Let's see a bit more of the tools here. We have a few different settings we have to work out. The first one, it's count. We can change from count to even. That's organize the spacing between your objects in an even way. Then let's increase this one, maybe 50. And always make sure you have smooth rotation. That means your object, it's rotated the same way on the spline. And this is the difference. It's creating a smoother rotation. Okay. Maybe 55. Let's do 55. Right. So now we have the object that is kind of replicated on this spline. Then you can see you have a menu with the transform tools. And here we want to change a few things. Now, the first thing is a scale, because the object is oversized in comparison to the spline. And because of that, you can see there is a lot of intersection. Let's change it to 0.15. On the x-axis, and maybe 0.12 and 0.28. Okay. Now maybe we can also rotate it. So from here, that's the rotation in the y-axis. You want something like 195 or so. Yep. Let's check it. Nice. Okay. All right, so the object scale, position, rotation, it's relatively okay. You can see there are this kind of continuity into that, the fact that there is no variation between the objects. So we want to achieve a bit of variation. We want to create a bit of diversification in the way they appear. Now, there are a few ways we can do that. The best way is to use effectors. And that's what we're going to do. Yeah, wanting to make sure that everything is right here. Here you can control also the distribution starting from 0 to end, and the same way here. So that's the relative position distribution on the spline. You can also get some variation. So first we have to do a bit of offset, and then we can get a bit of variation in that. But I think for this purpose, we don't really need this. This is good to know if you want to have variation in the distribution of these elements. But if you want to have variation in the size, rotation, dimension, there are ways to do it. And the best way is by using effectors. So the first thing we will use from the effectors, these are the main ones. So you click on this icon. You can see here on the right the standard effectors, and there is one called step. Now, if you click directly on it, again, it's going to create it on the 0 position. You want it maybe here. Ortho for this case, it doesn't really matter since it's just an effector, but we will see later why it would matter if we want to use fields for that effectors. So let's do it with keeping the position of the object. So before doing that, we select our object, which is the corner. Now again, this is in the 0 position. We might want to move it to its prime position. And if you want to have the same coordinates, if you have your spline here, these are your coordinates. You can select with Shift. So you press here, then you press Shift, and then you press here, and it's going to select your 3 axes. Then if you click right, You say copy, you go to cloner, and then you say paste. It's here, the symmetry is what we need. Okay, so it's not the spline, it's the symmetry coordinates that you need to copy paste these three. Okay, so let's go step, control, step. We move it a bit higher. Okay. So maybe it's better to organize this. So let's do a null object. Your null object, it's here. You click on it. It's gonna, let's do a control click. So let's go step and then null, control click. Okay, so this is my null object. I'm gonna copy everything here. Then step here, I'm gonna see this fabric. And I want to see actually what's happening on my cloner on this spline, also on that spline. So I already have my symmetry here, but it's mostly for the cloner. So I'm going to drag my cloner in the symmetry, and my spline can be there or outside, doesn't matter. That's my symmetry for now. Let's do it. Go to step. And here we have to do a few changes. So you can see you have coordinate, effectors, parameter, deformer, fields. What we need is the parameter. And here we need to adjust a few things. Now you have the position, you have rotation and scale. We are mostly interested in rotation and scale, not necessarily the position. Let's try to work with the scale first. So for the scale, again, you can have an option to do it either uniform, so the same things scale up uniform, or else we can scale them separately on each axis. Uniform, we don't want, so we're gonna check that, and we're gonna say we're gonna scale it here on the y-axis. Let's do something like 3, and that's gonna add a bit more depth to our elements. And for the position, let's do maybe 16. Right. And you know, if this is too heavy to show it in real time, you can always just uncheck the subdivision or the symmetry. So let's go back to the step and let's adjust a few things here. Nine. $99. Okay. And then now we can do a plane. So here, step, you can see you have deformers and fields. And we want to create a spherical field. So we're gonna go here. I'm gonna select spherical field. Let's move it under the step. Yeah, then we can move it here. So this is the field. Let's move it a bit higher. And you can see how much it's going to influence your object depending on the size of that field. Let's drag it something like this. And the inner sphere is actually the gradient of intensity. Now, as we move it along the cloner, you can see how it's going to influence it. And what it's going to influence is the parameters that you already set in the step. So it's the rotation and the scale. I think we can work a bit more on the scale. This is okay. If you don't want to see the field, you can always hide objects from here, these small points. If you click once, it's green, meaning that it will show whenever the case, even if your pane layer is hidden. If it's red, it's hidden. And if it's visible like that gray, it's visible. But if you hide the parent layer, it's gonna hide it. So with Alt click, it's gonna select both. You can also do it one by one with the mouse directly, but with Alt, it's gonna do it at the same time. So let's hide it for now. Okay, one more thing we can do is to add another effector, which will be, in this case, formula. Just trying to make sure that we are pressing Ctrl when we are doing these objects. So all of them will appear in the same position as the previous ones. Formula. Now for formula, you will see that it's creating a wave of that object that will be played in the animation. So there is a formula which you can find it here. You can always change it, and that's going to create different wave functions of the object. Now, if I will add it, so right now we have it, but it's not added to the cloner. Now I want to add it, so I will go to Effect Cloner, Vectors. I already have my step vectors because it was created while I was selecting the cloner object. And if you don't do that, it's not going to add it automatically. So then you need to drag it here. And this is the wave of that formula. We need to adjust it a bit. And I think it's mostly on the scale, so we don't need the position. And we don't need the uniform, we need scale, which maybe it's mostly on this axis. That's one way to control, besides the step field, the spherical field, the size of your objects. And what I usually do is combining them both. So I have a bit more control over the size, not only from the step, but also from the formula. Then I can play around with the formula and finding the best iteration of that object. Maybe here. So yes, this would be our pattern object. Let's get back and show the symmetry and the subdivision. That's our object. I think we can move it a bit to the left. So I'm just going to select my spline. I'm gonna move it a bit like that. So I get a bit of a distance here. Maybe this formula, not the step, I think we can rotate it a bit more here. Okay. A bit more like that. Now, the reason for this is because I want to get these intersections. So I actually want to intersect the objects. They are kind of growing into a more solid object. And yeah, so the reason is because these kind of intersections is going to create our solid object. And okay, so I think it's okay. Yes. And how to do that? So in order to do that, we have here a nice tool, which is called Volume Builder. Let's go first into our cloner. Our fabric. So this is our main object. And here we have everything. And we want to work out with this object. So I'm going to select it, Control, Volume Builder. What this does, it's creating kind of voxel geometry, pixelated geometry based on our object. So it's more like an estimation of how the object can be subdivided and voxelated. And then this can further be merged, combined. So that's a very nice tool to create this kind of continuity between the different objects. And the second step is to create a volume measure. So while I have my volume builder here, I can press Ctrl and then here, and then I'm going to select volume measure. So again, it's in the same position. Okay, if I will drag now this one under volume measure, That's going to create kind of merging of all my elements into one. And I can see the voxelation is not enough, and we need to increase this. Actually decrease the size of the voxel, so that will mean we can do something like 5. It may ask you, it could be take a long calculation time, and depending on your system, it may take. But nevertheless, let's try with 5. That's going to reduce the subdivision of the object. So at least we, even if there are a few mismatching, not mismatching, more like geometry impreciseness at some points on the edge, you can always control that by making the voxel smaller, but it's going to take a lot more time to do it. And then you can also add a subdivision for the subdivision of your object. Or if you really want, you can add a polygon reduction and then subdivision, but for this case, I think it's fine. It's going to take too much processing time. So I think this is fine. I think we can keep it like that. If you don't want to see these divisions, you can always go to display and go around shading, and then you're not going to see that. The good thing about this, it's one single object, one continuous mesh object. So that's a nice continuous pattern. And maybe here I can see there are some issues. Maybe we can rotate it just slightly different in that area. You can also just move this way if you want. So it's not totally flat in that area, or you can just control it again from the cloner, which is here. Transform step parameter. And don't forget, you can also do it from the cloner, but that it's going to control everything together, while the step it's only controlling based on your spherical field. So it's mostly where the field of influence is happening. Okay. Then I also want to see the subdivision at this level. Right. Maybe we can do this in a way that it's kind of stretching inside. So you can control your field to stretch it a bit more. Like in the coordinates, I'm just going to increase a bit more the scale. So it's a bit more stretched, a bit less high, and less wide. Seems okay. And you know, at the same time, you can also just modify your elements from here. So if I would select my object, my original object loop, you can edit it while the cloner is still on, or you can just skip the cloner and edit the object right now, as you can see it here. So yeah, that means whenever I'm doing some changes, you know, in the object, of course, it's gonna show up in the clone. So any kind of changes still gonna be applied to your pattern. And yeah, maybe a bit, if you want some thickness, for example, you can just increase this part below on your original object. That's gonna replicate in your cloner. Okay, I think we have it. Do let me know if you can follow or if you have difficulty following it. So I think we have our object, and now we can create our main object, the base object. So this will be something like an addition of what we want to have in the end. So our main object is going to be created using these two splines, and in between that, and it's going to follow that. So we can start now, or can take a break. I think we can start now. Yeah. Let's just start and then we can take a break, maybe in 20 minutes. Yeah, always make sure the layering is organized. So this is our main, the pattern object. Then this is our grid object. Okay. This is symmetry A. Now what we want is to do another object, and we can call it symmetry B for this reason, so that we know that they are in the same location. So let's select our mesh. We're gonna do a control and then press the cube. Cube is in the position we want. And I'm just gonna uncheck subdivision, so it's easier to move around. And of course, this can always be activated from here. Okay, let's change back to lines, go around shading lines. I mean, you can also do quick shading lines. That means you're not gonna see a lot of shadowing. It's more like a flat shading. The same with constant shading, is just one single color. But usually these go around shading lines, it's the better one. Okay, now we have our cube, right? The cube is still in parametric settings. We don't need it editable right now because we want to get the middle part. I mean, you can also do it directly here based on the object segments, or you can edit it and then add a loop on that. I think what we want is here 2 loops. Okay. So yeah. So we did 2 loops on the Z axis. Not 2 loops, we divided it, I mean, into 2 parts. And now we can edit it. So we press this button here. And the same thing as before, we don't need this half. We are just going to select it. Face mode. You can select each face one by one, but if you want to be faster, you can press UL, and that's activating your loop selection. So U and L, one after the other. And that's your loop. Of course, if I delete this, I'm gonna get this face here on the right. The fastest way, again, maybe just to do it with the selection tool. Same thing as before, we do a symmetry. Okay, make sure we select our object first, and then the symmetry. With the control. Change it to XY. Okay, let's do subdivision. I'm gonna move it above the cube, drag the cube under it. Face mode, we select these two faces, go scale, and then we can drag it like that. Or we can do something better actually. We can press Ctrl and now scale it. So I think check the subdivision for now and the symmetry. I'm gonna hide the volume measure. Gonna go to the cube. These spaces we can delete them. It's just organized to be these edges. So it can be a bit further apart. Okay. So now we can use this object and follow up with the mesh. Let's select this part. Let's go into face mode. This is a bit too wide. So let's do an extrude with control, and we drag it. Yeah. We don't need these faces. And we need these guys to be a bit longer. So we do an extrude scale with control. We do the same thing as below. Move these guys a bit higher. With these guys. Let's move this one here. But before we do that, let's do a subdivision loop for this one. So let's select here in the lower menu part, loop path. So for the loop path, you have a few possibilities. Either you restrict it to selection. For example, if I will do a loop here, right now it's doing on the wall object. If I want to restrict it to that specific part, I'm just gonna enable it here, restrict from selection. And then I'm gonna do it. And it's only gonna create it on that selection. We want to do it for these guys. So let's do that. Loop. 1 and 2. Then we can move it. And that's because I want to have this kind of neck element here without having to shift the vaulting. One thing, it's if you want to rotate around that specific object selection, if you press S, it's going to zoom to that. So that's easier to navigate. Yeah, I'm just going to check the subdivision. So again, we don't need these faces. So adjust this shape a bit by dragging the frontal and back face. Same thing here, a bit more like that. This one a bit more like this. This can go a lot more. I don't need these two edges, so I'm going to delete them. Control delete. This one a bit lower. This one a bit higher. Okay. I can see that this it's not flat, so we can just flatten this edge. This face actually. Select it, go here. Then it's 0. So on the y-axis, we made it 0. And in that case, the symmetry, it will look continuous. Okay. So yeah, I just want to make sure the object is fitting nicely inside and the proportions are right. And then we can add more details to it. So okay, I think we have the base shape. This is a bit bothering the display. Can increase it. I think it's not that heavy. So it's fine. if you double click an edge, it's gonna select the loop of that edge. Just gonna drag it a bit more here. Okay, this is okay. All right, so we have the base object. I think this is looking okay. Yeah, next step is we will add a bit more details to it. We will try to create new patterns actually on this specific object. So right now we just have the simple shape, and we will try to create a bit more complexity out of it. I think now it's a good time to take a break, a 10 minutes break, and we can continue after. Let's make it 15 minutes, and then we will continue. Okay, we are back. All right, so let's continue. Hope you can see my screen and hear me well. So this is where we left. We have our object. And now we want to add a bit more divisions actually. So let's go back here. Cube. We can do a loop. So let's do it here. Good. So let's do this. Let's can select these traces. Then we can with control can select this one and then move it like that. Let's adjust it. We're gonna select the scale. I'm gonna change it a bit here, like on the blue axis, and a bit on the red one. So I'm gonna move this face a bit more to the right. And I think this is fine. Let's check the subdivision surface. Right, now, yeah, I think we can add a bit of curvature here at the bottom. So let's just select our edges. And move these ones a bit lower like that. And then this one a bit more forward, and now it has a bit more curvature. So this one here, we can move it to the back. And the same one here. Here we have to make sure it's not breaking the symmetry. So when we do this, you can see it's breaking it. Let's make sure it's not. That means we need to select these two edges as well. Okay, now I'm gonna extrude these two faces. Notice the faces when you select them in the subdivision mode, they are not showing a full yellow. So, but when it's the face mode, they do. And usually it's easier to just work in the faceted mode. So you can also have more control over the position of these faces. I think we can try to adjust these 2 points. The same here on the back. So yeah, I mean, sometimes it's a lot of refining and making sure the geometry works as you wish to. And I think it is working. But I think we also need 2 more subdivisions for these faces. And these 2 edges, these 2, I think we don't actually need them. So I'm gonna Control delete them. And instead I'm gonna add subdivisions like this on the top. So we can go to the top view, select the faces, Control A. We are now in the lines display mode, but we can change it to current lines. So as you notice, if by mistake you somehow rotated in the top view with Shift enabled, Alt Shift, you can snap it to the axis. So I think that is okay. I need the faces. So let's do that division. Let's notice the loop path doesn't follow rightly because this is not a quad face here, and it's hard to determine the continuity of it. And for this case, it's easy to just do a line, and with Shift pressed, you can control the line to be parallel to one of the axes. So we do that, and then Enter, exit, and then the same thing here. You need to select the faces, then cut it. So I think it's fine. We can go back to perspective. And with the mouse button, we can shift between the viewports. Select our cube. Maybe it's better to rename it, let's say main object, main base. Yeah, so it seems like we had the visible mode enabled when we did the cuts. And that means, it only cut the visible parts, but it's no problem. We can fix it fast. We can just do it here. And it's always going to snap to your points. Maybe it's better to hide for now the mesh, the volume measure. So we can see just the object. And then we can have a better view of it. And if you want to be a bit more coherent with these edges, you can also just drag them up and usually it's here on the coordinates of that object. So always here and then here. And the same thing for this edge. Let's do the same. And now if I select them, they are straight. Good. So then we can adjust it and we can scale it. You can either do it by moving your axis here. So your camber should be there. And you can do that with L, snap, and then move it. And that's how we can control the scale on the blue axis, which means that now if I do it, it's just going to snap it from that position. So same thing here. We move it, L, and snap it, L, and scale it. Okay, we can uncheck snapping. And then we have our object. We have symmetry. We have this. I think we can make it just slightly a bit longer. So let's go into face mode, object. Select, we only need this part at the top. Making sure visible only it's unchecked. And we can just scale it a bit. Good. I think we can add a crease on this edge. So let's do that. We're gonna go into edge mode. I'm gonna select the edge, then also this top part. With point on the keyboard, left, right mouse, left mouse, left button. And we have the crease. Okay. I think this one can go a bit more like that. Same thing here. And like this. Then let's go back here, down. We're going to select this face. And you can see when it's in the subdivision mode, your axis is always perpendicular to the face as it looks in the subdivision mode, while when it's in faceted mode, it's not. So that's why it's sometimes better to work on the faceted mode. So let's select that face and let's extrude it. Okay, I think this we can move it. And this we can move it. And now I'm gonna create a bridge connection between this element and this element. So let's do selection, but I don't want to be on this axis because I want to have a gap in between. So let's do that. I'm gonna do first the selection of that face, then I'm gonna extrude it. I'm gonna select this green green triangle element. So in that case, it's gonna extrude on the XZ plane. And now I'm gonna connect these two faces. So once I have them selected, I go here and you can see this icon that looks like a bridge, and it's a bridge. So depending on where you click on the corner, you can control which corner matches to which on the other side. So for this case, this is not what I want, but this is more like what I want. And that will be a bridge connection. And do it with this face. I think it's better to just divide it so we can do a loop connection, because I don't want to have this connection right there between the two bridges. So in this case, let's just add a loop here. See the symmetry, it's broke because this is not matching the edge. So I'm just going to select it. Then I'm going to change it here to 0 and the position as well. So now it should be fine. Okay, let's move this guy a bit like that. Here we have an extra edge, an extra face, because we extruded this, but we didn't clean the face, and we have to clean it. So let's delete that face. Okay, I think it's looking good. Maybe these parts, we have to make sure they are continuous with the pattern. So this can go a bit higher. And this could go a bit further. All right. I think this is okay. So this is our object as of now. Now let's try to add pattern on this roof. So in order to do that, we need to subdivide it further, but we need first to know how to subdivide it, which means first of all, we might not need this part so much. Okay. So what we want to do is basically to do a kind of a pattern on this roof that it's transiting from this corner to this one, and it's creating this kind of more shifting in dimensions, the size, and the orientation, and the angle. It's better to show it, and then we will work it out. So just want to make sure this is right, so I don't have any creases type of edges. So what I'm gonna do, select these faces. I'm gonna go in top view, and I'm gonna cut them. and I want to make sure my divisions are more or less equal. So it wouldn't really matter since we can also just adjust them. But for this purpose, I think just use them. Maybe just a little bit for these parts. Yeah. So at this point, we can either use the subdivisions size as we have them now, or we can subdivide them further. So we have more of them. Let's try to subdivide them a bit more. It would be nicer, actually. And just for making sure that we don't have to reselect the faces all the time, we can just make a selection of that faces and save it. So let's select the faces. And if you go to select, you have here store selection. So if you click on that, it's going to create a tag on that object. And this tag is going to contain the selection that you saved previously. So if you double click, it's going to show you the faces. So I'm going to select them and I'm going to cut them again. At this point, I think we can also do a loop. Well, not everywhere, but most. Most of the faces. I think it's better if we do it with a cut. It's a bit less risky, so the loop is not going to go crazy at some point. Let's just do it, the cut. Let's go back to perspective. Right now, I think we can select these faces. In this edge, we can move it. Maybe we don't need it actually, so let's just delete it. Then we have our cleaner faces, and then we can do the next step. And that means we can select this tool, inset, and we're gonna do an inset of these faces. This it's gonna create an inset of the whole group, but we don't want to preserve it. I'm gonna, here we have preserve groups. We can uncheck that. And we're gonna insert each face individually. Okay. So we have this. Let's skip for now the symmetry and the volume measure. Let's go back here. And now we can select these guys, make a store selection. So we can either do both, but since we already had them selected, I think it's the same thing. So should be fine one. What I would need to do is to delete this extra side faces. I mean, if you really want to be faster, you can select them like that, and then deselect like this. These are our faces, which we don't need, so we can delete them. And then we can select this edge. Double click, it's going to select the whole edge. We don't need the whole edge, we just need that part. So the rest we can deselect. Now we can also do it faster if it's easier to just select the original ones and then select inversion. Okay, it's just we just need for the loop, so let's deselect these guys. Then select this. Then we go here, say 0. Same thing here, 0. I think it would be better to have a bit of a thickness here, so I'm gonna add an edge. Here. Okay, enter. Go in selection mode, edge mode. Select this edge. Let's do it a bit thicker. All right, I think these guys we can so move them a bit. Now you can move them manually like that, or you can enable soft selection. So here. Soft selection, enable. And that's gonna control a bit, it's a bit more of a gradient type of selection, depending on the distance. You can just increase it, and that's gonna move your edges more in a soft way. But for this case, it's a bit tricky since we don't want to move actually these edges, but just these guys inside. So unless it's useful for you, you don't have to. You can move it directly manually. I just want to create a bit more offset here. Okay. Now let's try to edit these faces. So let's check the symmetry, subdivision. As you can see, we are missing an edge here, so it would be good to have this extra edge on the side so it doesn't look so triangulated on the top. And okay, this just should have not been there. I think this we went too far with the subdivision, so we don't need these edges here. Means we need to simplify it, but it was already done when I was cutting them on the top. That means to go a step back. Okay. So I'm just going to delete these extra divisions since it's not what we need. These ones. It's better to always keep it as simple as possible. So for this purpose, I think we can just delete these divisions. At least for these parts, because we only need them on the top. That's what we are looking for. So we should try to clean it before we continue with the top. I think this is better. I think somebody wanted to ask a question. Golurok. Yeah, so in regards to your question, if I first design the form, then reach the space, or I just first define space and then design the form. If you mean the form, like the main basic form, I base it on the space defined by the two splines with the pattern that we created before. So that was the space I was using for creating this form. So if you really want to be very exact, you can add photo subdivisions of these edges on this thickness. So that will help you a bit more with the model. I think we don't really see it, although it would be good at least to have a bit more depth. So we can just select our surfaces below and make them a bit lower. Then we can add these subdivisions here. But because they're not continuous, it's hard to define how the thickness will be. So normally we need to continue there, but I don't want to continue it since I don't want to lose this nice curvature. And in this case, I think it's better to keep them as they are there. We can move them a bit here. Okay, I think it's fine. There is always more to adjust, but I think we can continue. Right, so I'm gonna add one extra edge here. I'm gonna select this. I'm gonna select my polygons. So let's go polygon mode. Let's go selection. And we want to hide this. let's do an edge. And restrict the selection. Let's make sure this edge is selected. 0, okay. With soft selection, we can control a bit more smoother pattern on the top. Right, now I have these faces that I created originally. Okay, this can go below. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make sure these are flat. All this. So let's do a loop selection, UL. Select these parts. And these, we don't need them. Let's flatten them a bit. And now I can select the rest of the faces and then I can extrude them down. So let's extrude them. Actually, before we do that, I think it's better if we select the edges only. So I'm going to shift with control, I'm going to press edge mode, and I'm going to deselect these edges. And I'm going to adjust them like this a bit, scale them. So just a little bit. And let's go back to the edges. Select these parts. And now scale these guys. I'm going to select also the second ones, and I'm going to extrude them down. So if I do an extrude command, not with control, and then move them, that's going to extrude them down. And then I'm going to shift them. And what I don't want to see, it's actually that part in the middle, because I want them to be continuous. So I'm going to delete these extra faces. Okay, now I'm going to select this. I'm going to move them a bit like that. Then I'm going to scale them. This. Okay, so we scale them nicely after extruding them, so we can have a bit more of a depth inside. And we can also have this kind of transition from one edge to the other, but both pointing towards the middle. If you really want, we can again select a soft selection and then move it to create a bit of diversification. I think this could be a bit like that, more not so stretched in that area. I think there is some issue here with this edge. Okay. See the word object. Okay, I think this is what we wanted. This is looking okay. I think just this here seems some issue. I think we should move it down. All right, I think this is fine. So we have our base object. We have our pattern spline objects. So if you really want to have one single object, again, you can create a mesh, volume mesher, and combine them all together. So if I will drag this one here, let me just save first the file. So I hope it wouldn't crash if I will do that command. I'm gonna drag it here. So it has to be in the fabric layer. So again, it's gonna create a voxel. We can mesh it together. So if these are intersecting, they will match together into one volume, and that's a interesting way of having one volumetric object out of different separate objects. Okay, so I think the object is there. Next thing will be to apply materials and rendering it. So I think it's a good time now to take a break and maybe 10 minutes, and then we can continue with the rendering. So there will be two ways. It's either in Corona and in KeyShot. I will show both ways. So yeah, depending on who each prefers. I prefer KeyShot. It's faster, it's nicer, more realistic. But with Corona, you can have, if you invest a lot of time in that, you can create also the very nice settings. So let's continue after the break. See you then. I will share the model if you, yes, sure. Okay, hope you can hear me. Yeah, I was trying to share it to attach it, but for some reason it doesn't attach the model. Let me try again. I don't know why it doesn't work now. I cannot attach it.
Maybe it's too big. You can put a link if you want.
It's not so big. It's only 307 kilobytes. But I can try to send you a link. Yeah. Let me just send you a link. Yeah, send the link. I hope you got it. If no, let me know. Okay, then let's continue. So right now we are in the final phase, which means we have to render it. Again, hope you see my screen. So let's continue. We have Corona, which you can find it here. If you have it installed, it's okay. If not, I will just explain, and you can use it whenever you will have it. And the same for KeyShot. With KeyShot, it's a bit more complicated because they have the trial version, but even the trial version has its watermarks, and you cannot save it. And you have to ask for a special permission, like send them an email, and that's what I did to let me use the latest version. So for now, let's start with Corona. And so these are our object, two parts. One is the main, and one is the pattern. The first thing I want to do is actually making sure this is divided, and then add the materials. Corona has the material library already. You can find it here, but you can also make materials from here. So you see this icon on the right, you click on it, it opens the material window, and you have Corona here. So you can select any material you want from there. Normally, I use legacy material. It's simpler, not the best. Maybe physical material, it's something a bit more realistic, and can also make sure that it's creating the effect that the real material would have. So there is also difference between the two, but for now I can just use a normal legacy material. So the legacy material has these layers, while the physical material has a bit of a different approach in the layers. And the first thing you see as a difference is the general. So that means you can select from non-metal and metal approach. And then in the textures, you also have, in the presets, you also have a bunch of materials that are already there. You can select. So it's a bit more realistic, with few layers to work with. And yeah, if you want to use it. But let's just do the legacy one. Let's add, actually not this one. Let's go to library, Corona material library. And then here you have your library. So we go to metals, and we're gonna select aluminum brushed clean material. I'm gonna double click, and it's gonna add it here. Let's rename it Met1. Okay, so I think we can do two of them. So with Control, rest, and drag it, you create a copy of that. It's this one, Met2. And then let's move it, let's apply it. So Met1, we can apply it to the loop. Just to make sure I have a difference in shading so I don't confuse them. We'll make this one a bit darker. Right now my reflection is at maximum, so we can lower it a bit. Okay, and then apply the second material to this one. Symmetry. I mean, you can apply it either to the object directly, or you can apply it to the parent. But if there is no other objects in that parent, it's fine if you apply directly to the parent. Drag this one because I don't need to see so much. My layers, and then we can edit these materials a bit. So for now, first thing I want to check, it's like a preview of how it looks. But first I need to add a light. So for now, I think the simplest way is to add Corona sky. From here, I'm just going to add it here. Now the sky, the Corona sky has already settings in it. So you can either use these settings and play around with them. Normally, the best things would be to choose between these three. That's going to give you different sky ambient lighting. This is for a clear sky. This is more like a foggy sky and more like a cloudy sky. But instead of doing that, I would rather prefer to add material to that layer, which is Corona sky. So I'm going to go to Corona. I'm going to select light material. click. It's gonna create a material that is emissive. I'm gonna add it to Corona Sky. Right now, it's only a white emissive color, but what I want to do is to change this color with an actual texture. So let me first just send you the texture so you can also use it. I'm gonna use this one for now. I sent you in the chat the texture of the sky. So let's go back. I'm going to select my texture. It's this one. It asks if you want to be in the project search path, which I don't. It's normally just a thing that saves your image in the project path. I don't need that. It's fine in one location. And when you open the material, it's going to show you the settings. For the emission, it's different than from the metallic ones. I'm going to control the intensity and increase it to 5. So if I would move around, I can see the sky. If I don't want to see it, just hide it. Let's do a quick shading. So the object appears very dark because that's the preview of the material. It's when it's applied to the object. And usually the best way is to actually see the rendering. So you can do an interactive render. And you can go to Corona, interactive rendering. You can either use the first one, which is going to create a separate window, or interactive viewport. And it's going to render the object. So for this case, this material has to be applied to the parent. And Okay, do you hear me? Fortunately, my cinema crashed. I think I have to reopen it. Yeah, I think it crashed. Okay, give me just a second. I need to restart it. Okay, hope you can bear with me. It's starting now. So let's continue with it. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, hope you can see my screen now. Let's go back in Corona, material, library, metals, remaining brushed clean. Okay, so I'm just adjusting again the colors of the materials. So diffuse, don't forget you have to check this to 100. And then that reflection can be a bit lower. That's two different materials, Met 1 and Met 2. So we have Met 1 on the volume measure, and Met 2, we're gonna add it to the symmetry. And hopefully now it's gonna render it. with, of course, adding the sky. So let's do that. Create corona, light material. Sky. Drive, texture. No. Here. Okay. We're gonna add it to the corona sky. It's there. Maybe we can rotate just a little bit. Like this. Yeah. Let's try now. Yes. Now it's rendering. So now if I would move the object around, it's real-time rendering in the viewport, and the same thing if you do it interactive viewport. Usually I prefer the VFB because in that case I have these options here, post and stats, and I can see already how it's going to look. So, but if you want more interactive way, you can do interactive viewport. Of course, not going to look as sharp. It has a limitation of how smooth the rendering it's going to be in the resolution. So that's why I would prefer this one. Okay, let's do the next thing will be to create another emissive material. For now, let's just stop this one. Let's create an emissive material, a light material, and say emissive blue 1. I'm gonna change the color. I'm gonna go something like a blue cyan type. Maybe 3 intensity. Then let's apply it to our selection actually, which is this one. So if you don't want to see now the sky, you can hide it so I can see a bit the object better. So I think we don't need to see it here. I will just create a diffuse material, normal material. You can see my object better. I'm gonna apply it here, so it depends on the order. That's the material that's gonna render. If I change it back, it's gonna be the metallic one. Now it's the diffuse one. I'm gonna select my polygons, and I'm gonna apply this emissive material on this selection. It's better to do it while you are in the fixed mode. So either even if the object it's one object, you can apply this material on the separate parts of it. Okay. Switching back to metal and the subdivision. So let's do again rendering. Of course, switching on the sky. And this is not right. We don't need that. And the reason why this is showing us white, it's because the material, it's showing it on this object, the emissive one, but then it's missing another material on the same object. So if you want to consider the materials from that object directly, you have to apply it here. And it's best to do it before the selection of the blue. And now it's the metallic material, but I can see it's too metallic. So let's play a bit around with the diffusiveness and the reflection. It's going to be a lot less. And you can control the reflection amount from here. This is the reflection intensity here. Okay, fine. This once we have to enable them. Of course, this is a division and the measure. So another thing we should do, now I'm going to stop the rendering. I'm gonna check these parts and let's go back into the control mode of the loop. So we go on loop, and then I'm gonna create a copy of the emissive material. I'm gonna make it slightly more blue. Something like this. And then I'm gonna apply it. Of course, we need a selection of the parts we want to make them blue. So let's just apply the parts that we actually wanted on. These bottom parts will be preferable. So let's drag it on these selected faces. Do the same thing, we need to make sure this material is not on the parent layer in this case, but here before the blue. Okay, I think we have it. Now, one issue is if you want to use the volume builder measure, of course, it's going to transform everything into one object and the material is going to be one single element. And you can't really do two different materials when you want to merge all the objects together into one volume. So for this purpose, I think we can keep it as it is here with two materials and the selected parts. So this will be one material, this will be the second material. So let's see the object again. Okay. Now you can see we have this nice diffuse lighting on the objects, the pattern objects, which is nicely distributed at the base. Maybe we can increase a bit the intensity to 5. And if you want to see it actually even better, you need a base under it that will reflect the light. So let's try to do that. Set the base. There is a plane object. It's either you select it from here, or there is normally a plane in the render, the normal render of the physical render of Cinema 40. So that is usually found here, floor, but it doesn't work really well with Corona, and it's best if you make a normal plane from here, and then you can apply the materials of Corona and we'll show it nicely. But the only need we do it's to increase the size a bit, actually a lot. So let's do it like 400,000 or so. And let's move it a bit lower so it doesn't intersect. And we can apply the material, which is going to be matte one. I'm going to call it ground. Okay, and I'm going to do it a bit darker. Right, let's move on. Let's apply it. Okay, now I have my ground, and I want to create also base of my object. There is a really nice way to do that. You basically can take your top part of the object or your whole object as the main base. I'm going to do a copy of it. And if you don't want to use too much space, so you want to save it with less space, you can create an instance of that object. You select symmetry, you go here, and then here you should have an instance. So this one. Then you have your instance of the object, which means it doesn't add any more size to your file. It's just the same object as a duplicate instance. And the good thing is that you can control the dimensions of it very easily. So with this instance, you can play around, you can move it sideways. I mean, I think it's better to actually do the instance of the whole thing. So these two guys, you can group them by pressing Alt J. It's going to create a null object, and you can say main object. And now we can do an instance. What's going to be a bit more heavy, but it's also going to be nicer, I think. So for this case, I think we can move it down. And we can do that because we already have it, our control gimbal on the ground. I think it's already there, which means we can just scale it down. So let's scale it on the y-axis. Can do something like 0.001. We actually don't really need that part. So this one, which means we can just keep that. Or if you go to object, we can just select this part. Okay, we can move it a bit lower to match the ground. Now we can make it bigger. Let's try to make it editable. So we'll go right click, make it editable. So then you can actually control it. And the reason for that is because I want to raise a bit this part in the middle a bit higher. And I'm going to use a soft selection actually. Let's decrease it a bit. Something like this. Now we can erase them. Maybe it's enough if we do just for these middle parts. So let's skip this part. I just want to make sure I have a bit of a heel-like structure in the middle. Okay, I think this is okay. Let's move this one a bit. Gonna do a loop selection, UL. Let's gonna drag this one a bit outside. Then this one. That. Okay. And I think we can move this object, our main object, a bit higher actually. A bit higher. This one we can make it bigger. Right, I think this is fine. Let's try to speed up a bit. So let's do testing. We have the interactive rendering. We have the plane. We have the sky. We can do it from this position, maybe. Let's try to move the sky a bit on the sky. So you can do it by either moving the sky here, the coordinates from the object or from the material. You can do it on the offset. We're gonna do it here. So let's render it. Corona VFB, it's the standard rendering window. One thing before doing that, actually, it's to check the render settings for Corona. So I'm going here. These are the renderings menu. I'm going to change to Corona. I'm going to go Corona, and I'm going to make sure I have the noise mode. So I know that it can solve the pixelation a bit better. So here should be Corona high quality. So the noise mode Corona high quality, and you will only see it in post after the rendering is done. Now let's go to Corona FB window. Start it. Let's do it a bit bigger, maybe. The output 1920, 1080. And we have to make sure you are entering the right frame. So frame 55, and that's because the formula that's creating this object pattern at the bottom, it's on the frame 55. So let's render it. I think I need a bit more subdivisions. So first thing, this ground object needs more subdivisions in the rendering because we scale it so much. And secondly, I think we need to see a bit better that part, the ground. So this part. I think it's better if we scale it, the whole thing. We can move this. Now I can see this better under. Fix our camera. And you can also save your camera. You can go here, say camera. You click on this, that's your camera. So you move it around. And then we can save it by going in rigging tags. So you do right click, rigging tags, protection, and you cannot move it anymore now. Actually, I want to check the sky to see the lighting. I'm just gonna try to adjust a bit the lighting density of these elements. Right. So now it's going to render it. And I want to make sure I have blue mark layer enabled. I think we can change this to something like 70. Bloom intensity to the rest, it's okay. The noising is enabled. One last thing we can do. Yeah, you can see it's applying the denoising. Just wanted to do one interesting thing with these edges actually. So if I would select loop, this, and this, and this. Now I can apply this material. Hope it's going to give me a bit of lighting. Yeah, let's leave it at this. And let's just render it. So I would render it. Yeah. See, and in the meantime, I can show you for KeyShot. Okay, that's not gonna work, so maybe we can skip it for now. Let's keep it simple. So for KeyShot, basically you have a plugin that you have to install it in the Cinema 4D, and it creates this kind of extension. So it's going to add your plugin here under the extension menu. And if you go to KeyShot here, you have to select render. So now it's going to export your scene in a KeyShot. Just hope it's not going to crash since I'm rendering in parallel. So I'm just going to pause it, this one. Okay, I think we can stop it. Let's save it, stop it, and now save it. So if you save it as open EXR, that's going to save it with the lighting, which we can control it in Photoshop. Let's do it normal JPEG, and gonna save it here. Show session. Then let's say, yeah, RR1. Okay. Can play further with the blue glare to make it a bit nicer overall and give it a bit more atmosphere. But I think for now it's okay. So we can continue with KeyShot. So in KeyShot, we have our element. Let's do it this way. I'm going to select one material, which is quite nice actually. That's the metal material, but it's rough. This one. So basically, I'm just showing you how I would usually do it, how I'm setting up my scenes, the rendering, and the materials. Right now, the good thing with the plugin is that it's exporting every layer. So we can apply our material to the objects we want. I would say we should do it with a few different materials. One is the main object. Okay, this is the ground. So for the ground, we can have it like that. I think we can use a second material. And either duplicate that one or apply the same one. Let's do it on the main object. And then another one for that. Okay, so we can either do that or we can add a different material on the pattern volume. And we can adjust them here. So roughness, it's fine. What I need is the color. A bit brighter. And we can add a darker material for the ground, which is a brushed one. Scene, we can go to the ground. So let's make it a bit darker. Usually I select an advanced material so I can have more control over the diffuseness and the roughness, the reflection. So for this case, what we need is a bit more reflection. So the same thing for the environment. I'm just going to select it. Yeah, let me share the KeyShot. Okay, I hope you see this KeyShot. So when you export the KeyShot, you can see the layers directly as in Cinema 4D. You have your scene here, you have the material, So the materials are going to appear here. And what I did, I selected a few materials from the menu on the left. I applied them to the layer, not the object. So the layer that I want to have the material on, basically just drag it and you apply it on that layer. So for this case, we have our materials already. We have this, and then we want to add an environment. So for the environment, I'm going to go to environments here. I have my environments. I will use this one, which is actually the same as the one in Cinema 4D. Material, environment. I'm going to increase the brightness to something like 10. Okay, maybe 7. And here you can see you have the transformation. So basically you can rotate your environment. You can also make it a bit lower, lowering the height. And let's rotate it. For this purpose, I think maybe we can try to show it as dark. So we have ground reflection, and then we don't really need to see the sky. And maybe even this, we don't really need it, the plane. This. So maybe we would need a bit of that, but it should be a bit darker. So which is my material? This is metal rough. See the reflectiveness. Yeah, maybe this will be a bit brighter. It's rough black too. It's this one. We can set it up something like here. Now let's do fast rendering. Just gonna pause this one, go to render, render here. Let's say KK1, and then the number of samples. So you have options, samples 500. That should be enough. You can also do by maximum time. I think we can go with the samples. It's actually pretty fast KeyShot, especially for CPU PCs. So for my PC, it's working just fine. But I know there are other softwares that use GPU and different rendering settings. So let's do this rendering now. 500, okay. Output, KeyShot 11. Let's change the output. Okay. And rendering background. If you want multiple tasks, you can do add it to queue, but we can do it in the background. So meantime, let's do a fast post editing in Photoshop. I think we already have our other rendering from Corona, which is this one. I think we need to copy that slightly. So let's open Photoshop. And this is rendering. The size is a bit big. So let's change that. Let's keep it a bit to render it. Just a few more seconds. We won't really see this noise so much anyway. So I think we can do it as it is. Let's try to save the file first. So I think this is fine. Stop. And now save it. It's gonna save it.
You're still on you're only showing KeyShot, just looking.
Yeah, I'm KeyShot. Just trying to save the rendering. So you still see my KeyShot, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I was doing. I was rendering, but it was opening a separate window. So let me just show you. Okay, do you see? You see now my Photoshop?
Yeah.
Great. So these are the two renderings. This is from Corona, and this is from KeyShot. I'm gonna edit now this one. Actually, I'm gonna edit this one. Let's just try to crop it a bit. And what I usually do is I make a duplicate of my original rendering. Then if I will click on it, I will go to filter. And then from these options, I will select blur gallery. And then we have the iris blur. And this is a nice effect to suggest this idea of depth of field, but focusing only on the areas that you actually want to see. These are one of the better ones. Okay, and then another thing we could try is to add a bit of darkness actually to the image, at least the edges. And we can do that by filter, lens correction. And here you go to custom. Then vignette. So what I want, it's a bit of a darkness actually on the edge. And that's gonna frame it a bit nicer, the image overall. Now we can also add a bit of adjustments like brightness, contrast. I think this is fine. Maybe the coloring can be a bit more, less blue. So this is our rendering from Corona. Now we can also do the same for KeyShot. I think it's the same process. And KeyShot Plus has some kind of nice settings, which is pretty fast to set up and to test it very fast, especially if you have a good CPU for this. And I think we are almost done. I'm only gonna add a bit of blurriness and edge correction. And it's nice to have these close-ups. Sometimes you don't have to focus on everything. You can focus on the most interesting parts of the object. And that's the nice thing about Photoshop. You can actually edit a bit more after it is done for the rendering. So you can get a nicer image. And I think this is fine. So filter. So this is just like a fast way to set up your images in post-production to make them a bit more artistic, let's say. I think we are done. I can show you a few more works based on the same object I did, just as a test. And let me just share my PDF. So these were some of the previous studies. I hope you see my PDF. And yeah, some of the textures and the lighting. And yeah, this is what I was trying to do, basically, to create this nice gradient on the ground that is kind of merging with the upper volumes. And because of using this kind of lighting, it's getting diffused and distributed across it in a interesting way, I suppose. So yeah, and the same for the pattern on the top. You can take different shapes. You can need a bit displacement or lighting. But yeah, this was the idea to create this kind of fluidic shapes that has a rhythmic continuity embedded into them, and make them in more complex ways, starting from a simple element and developing further, then getting to something a bit more interesting, I hope. So that was all for me. If you have any questions, let me know.
Hi. Really awesome stuff. They're asking if you can share the latest Cinema 4D file and KeyShots.
Sure, I can share them.
KeyShots one might be a little big. Okay. Sure, usually KeyShot files are kind of big.
Of course, I can share both the Cinema 4D and the KeyShot files.
Gall is asking, you design the form, then reach space, or you first define space, then design the form. Also, if you want to ask a question, you should switch to everyone if you're still on host and panelists. But yeah, I mean, I feel like the question is answered by watching what you did here. But if you want to answer it further,
so if I first design the form, then reach the space, or first define the space, then design the form. It's a interesting question. I don't know really how to answer it. I think
it's not so linear. I think it's back and forth. Right? It's decision making.
It's like the same question: function before form or form before function. I think this is more about form and space, but it's the same thing in my opinion. Like the space you're using it to generate the form, and as I said, I think it was mostly determined by the splines in the middle. So I was trying to build the main object base between these two splines in that space.
Any more questions that we didn't answer? Can you share this file? I don't know if you want to drop it now before we end. Because there's so many software in the market. GPU's asking, curious what's the reason you chose Cinema 4D at the beginning of your career, because there's so many softwares on the market nowadays. And were you doing animation stuff or architecture design initially?
If you want to know right at the beginning, it was SketchUp.
Yeah. I think I also was using SketchUp first too.
I did try a few softwares like Max, Maya, and Blender. Not so much 3D Max, but mostly Maya and Blender. So just from my experience, if I would have to compare these softwares for the reason of doing the shapes I'm doing, the style I'm doing in it, Cinema 4D, it's more suitable. So you can have modeling, you can have visualization, animation, and I'm also doing a lot of animations. And probably this is one of the reasons I'm stuck with Cinema 4D as my preferable software. It has all this variation in the types of things you can do. And, you know, the things I've showed is probably 5% of the things Cinema can do. There's a lot more. And of course, you just need to practice it and learn it. At
the end of the day, polygon modeling is polygon modeling, right? wherever you do it. It's just like what package you're more comfortable with, I think.
Yeah, true. And even right now, because I'm working right now at the office, we have now Subdi. Everybody's using Subdi now. Not so much Maya. We used to use a lot in the past Maya, but for some reason it looks like we're shifting to Rhino because of the simplicity of using it directly in the Cell software, the polygon modeling and the NURB modeling. So I think it depends on which workflow you want to combine and how you want to combine it.
You give some opinions over Corona versus KeyShot versus Redshift.
I did try Redshift in the past as well. For me, I think Redshift was the best one. It's a GPU rendered software, and it's really, really fast, even if your GPU is not the best. And it creates really realistic renderings, which is also pretty comparable with KeyShot in this sense. So if you have a good CPU, it's good to use KeyShot. If you have a good GPU, it's good to use Redshift. Corona, it's good because it has so much integration to Cinema 4D and materiality. You can exchange Cinema 4D materials into Corona materials, and it's a bit more integrated.
KeyShot has GPU mode. I mean, that's what I'm using. Like, I render everything in a few seconds, you know.
I didn't know that. I thought that it was always CPU based, or do you have the option to select it?
Yeah, since KeyShot 9, I think. Which KeyShot are you using?
I was using 8.
Yeah, that's
in
why.
the past. Now I just installed this one because it's a new edition.
If you open it, you'll if you want to open it up and share that screen, I can show you where it is. It makes everything a lot faster.
That's great.
But you have to have RTX GPU. Do you have RTX GPU?
Yes, it's an RTX.
Yeah, share the screen if you want of KeyShot, and I'll just show you where it is, so everyone else can see it too. Yeah, so you see where pause is. You see there's GPU. Other side, next to performance mode. Like there's where you have pause. If you go 2 over, there's GPU. Here, I can write it here. Good job there.
Yes.
Yeah, GPU and denoise. And then, so if you click those two, when it's unpaused, you'll see it'll go like crazy fast, just like Redshift. Yeah, it'll just like initialize the first time, and then it won't ever initialize again. And then, yeah. So for all of you watching, also, if you have RTX GPU, you can use GPU and denoise, and it will be really fast. But the first time you switch it on, it does this like initialization thing. Then you're good. You're good to go.
And it only works with the RTX.
Yeah, it requires RTX GPU. Yeah. So now turn on if you turn on the denoise button next to GPU. Yeah, exactly. You see, it's like immediate.
It is really fast.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So for all of you that have RTX, you can just do that. And when you go to render, yeah, so go to render, like the actual render menu, yeah, render, and then just go to options. Yeah. So if you have it inherit from real-time view, it's going to use then the GPU for the rendering. Yeah, exactly. Or you can always keep it, but if it's in GPU in the view, it'll use that. When you render, it will be really fast. You could try it now, just render it. It'll probably render in like a second. Yeah, see, like it's done already. Anyway.
Well, that's really great.
Yeah.
So basically, if I select it here, it's already gonna render it with the GPU, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And if I want it differently, I just need to change it here.
Yeah. So, yeah. And it finished like as soon as you clicked it. So which is cool. Yeah. I think KeyShot for me is the easiest to set up. I think, you know, Redshift, Corona, E-Ray, all these ones, they have a bit of setup, but I'm finding Redshift is like the nicest output, but KeyShot is the most convenient.
It is, yes, it's true. My only problem with this is the materiality layering.
Yeah,
You always have to apply the material to the layer in the scene, but then you only see it up here, so you don't really know which one is on which layer unless you check it in the scene.
yeah. Mostly now I'm using like KeyShots for everything that's quick, and then like render, I just am using Unreal Engine now because it's so immediate.
That's something I was trying to ask. Actually, we have Unreal Engine in at Zaha. We just don't use it so much because they say it's too heavy and they cannot install it for everybody. But if you
It is
really
heavy,
want it,
yeah.
you can use it. So I said, okay, I will use it. I'm quite curious, actually. I have used it in the past, but not so much. And I know it's getting more and more traction and more realistic.
And it's free.
And of course, it's free.
Well,
Do you use it for? It's mostly for the metaverse now.
Yeah, but even if I want to do like a good render with like some stuff, you know, I mean, it's just very quick setup.
Yeah, it's a good one.
For this image, for this image up there, okay. Do you model the middle part as a separate disjoint surface, or do you use a continuous surface as the whole mesh? And do you have some opinions on soft modeling in one joint mesh versus having many? How about when to break into a new mesh?
The middle parts, which would be that, like the top of the roof, or
no, this link in the Q&A. One of your other designs.
I see.
Just asking if that's a separate mesh or not.
It was a separate mesh.
Yeah. I think you know, as you're modeling, you just kind of break off logical parts. I mean, there's no rules really. It's whatever's logical to not be connected, you know.
I usually like to use separate objects so I can work them a bit better, you know, when you try to combine them into one. Because otherwise, if it's just one object, it's getting too complex and hard to manage. So in my case, if I can do multiple objects, but then kind of warp them around each other, you know, by still keeping that continuity look and fitting, that would be my preferable way. And if I want, then I can just connect them together. Like, for example, you can see here these bridges connecting. So initially there were just the loops. Of course, they were different sizes. But then I want to have it as one element. Then because of that, I made them into one, connecting these bridges.
Mm-hmm. What's your opinion on Octane versus Corona?
On which one? Octane.
Octane.
I also experimented with Octane. It's again, if you have a good GPU, it's very good. very fast. I did have some issues with the lighting, like I couldn't have as much control with Octane as in Corona, but I know it has good settings for volumetric lighting, fog, and depth of fields. So it's very good for creating this kind of atmospheric situations in Octane.
Yeah, and then I guess they're just asking for those files. Do you want to link them here, or do you want to give them to me, or?
I can, however you prefer.
Yeah, if you have them ready, you can just drop the link here.
I think I have them.
Yeah.
Let me check. Might be the KeyShot might be a bit heavy, the KeyShot file.
KeyShot,
It's not so heavy actually. It's 57 megabytes. But still not sure if it's gonna add it.
or you can just retransfer the folder if it's easier. Keep going.
There is a question from GV. The very colorful animation. Yes, Cinema 4D does has these nice features where you can do motion graphics animations using shaders as effectors for the coloring. And
I think it's just because Cinema 4D is the popular software in MoGraph, and that was kind of just the style that all the MoGraph people were doing. But I don't think it's not just because Cinema 4D. I think it's just like that whole like motion graphics industry is mostly using like Cinema 4D. That's where Cinema 4D is popular.
yes, that's how I was also using it for animations a lot because of this. I don't know, I tried animation in Maya, and with Cinema 4D I find it much more easier. But of course, if you know what you're doing, you can do really great animations in Maya. Sent you the files, hope you got them. I shared them here in the chat.
If anyone doesn't have time, because we're not going to sit here and let everyone download, but if anyone doesn't have time, they'll also be with the email for the recording, so don't worry about that. If you have slow internet or something, I already downloaded them. So yeah, I think we can end this webinar here. And thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Mihai. And now, if you guys, if you all do anything, please tag so we can all see your stuff there. So make sure you follow Mihai. And yeah. Thank you again, Mihai. I think we'll end it here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. It was really nice to hold this webinar, and hope everybody was patient enough. this time.
That's great. Thank you.
And yeah, thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.